Dang. All right. Let's check the mic. Check the mic. Check. All right. Continue to work with the buttons today. This is where we ended last time. So I think what I'm going to do to start with is just they are aliased a little bit. So let's see. See if I can sort that out. So to make it very obviously aliased like that. So a little bug in the color picker where it changes it to red when we get to the extreme when there's no hue at all. What if there's no brightness? Yeah, no hue or brightness. Fix that. Put a note actually. Marius, how's it going? Making the game menus right now, and I just rendered the menu background for the first time in my life. Congratulations! Awesome. Alright, there's a little bug I want to just make a note of. The color picker resets hue to red when brightness or saturation is maximum. Well, where brightness is 1 or saturation, brightness is 0 or saturation is 1. Won't fix that though. Not today. I'll be doing alright, Marius. I'm working today on well, first thing I want to do is the buttons are quite jagged. So there's a couple of ways to fix that. Oh, that's also called temp tweaks. I need to change that. So it looks like also there is some rendering problem when seg count gets low, which we do need to fix. Seg count is 0, it's completely broken. Seg count is 6. So they're not quite there yet. Maybe we fix that first. I can see here, so we have a I don't exactly know what I'm looking at there. There's definitely some geometry bugs. Possibly to do with constructing the vertex buffers. Right. So if I'll save that configuration, and then I'll go to game menus, pause menu tick, and I will just, where we're saying draw widgets, draw one button. See if that error is still there, and then we'll do 2 buttons. So one of the things is as well, why is that a little bit rounded? So this is 7 segments. It has to be divisible by 4. 4 segments. What does 4 segments mean? It means it's a diamond. So we'll save that configuration. So it's in this one here. So what happens if we... So that's what's causing the issue with pushing. That's getting pushed across here. So that's a little bug right there. And there's a random triangle there as well. Here. I wonder what that's all about. Okay, so we'll just put that in the middle for now. So what's this random triangle all about? And now it's not there, which is not great, is it? Okay, so it does come back if we change the segment count. So if we revert, so now it's there. So when we load it, it's not there. And then when we change the segment count and revert, which means go back to what it used to be. So we change the segment count and then we revert. We do get some geometry error. Got 2 geometry errors there. Okay. So we need to know the difference. What is the difference? Okay, draw button. Draw button background. Nine plus 9. 9 triangles. If the segment count is 4, is the 9 triangles? That's what I want to know. I don't think that's quite right, is it? Let's draw draw a circle. Like 400 or something. Radius we will say is 100, and then we'll say the segment count is 4. Colour is white. In max. And we'll see how many triangles there actually are. We might be getting this calculation wrong. Or not. Let's see. Apparently there's 9 triangles. There's only 4 triangles. Twelve indices indicates. So one, two, three, four, like 1 triangle, 2 triangles, 3 triangles, 4 triangles. Okay, so why are we calculating that it's 9 triangles? Three times seg count. So we're saying 4 times seg count plus 1. Four times step 0 plus 1. So how many triangles are there? Right, we need to actually fix this, I think, because there are more triangles in a rounded rectangle than there are in a circle. Why is it giving input assembler out like this? Okay. So there are 1, 2, 3. So there are 1, 2, 3. One, 2, 3, 4. So there's multiple points on this point as well. It makes it complicated. So I think that's split into 2 triangles. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 6. Okay, I need to change this so it's easier for me to easy for me to do. So that means the material here, I'm going to put tweaks R0, tweaks R1 in that one. Maybe here as well. So this will just get rid of those. There we go. Get rid of those flat edges there. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 triangles. There's not 9 triangles. There's 6 triangles. So how does that relate to the segment count? Segment count is 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So I think it's the segment count plus 2 for the triangle count. I think it is. I think it's the segment count. Well, we'll try it anyway. So the segment count plus 2. That's material 1, segment count plus 2. Oh no, that's the step count. The triangle count is material section 0 dot segment count plus 2. Section 1 segment count plus 2. Try count is 6, which is what we're expecting it to be. But then that crashes for some reason. So we're going to fill with 18, 20, 36 vertices, 6, 12. What is it? It's 12 times 3, 36 verts. We get 9 points. I think there should only be 6 points. Good morning, Night Child. What happened to the beard? It's gone for now. It'll be back. It got annoying. It's not that cold where I am now. I grew it out when it snowed, and now it's just quite warm, so it's gone. Okay, we've got duplicate points. That's what it is. Duplicate points. Okay. That's probably because we don't need to do this. Let's see about that. If we do this. Hope you're doing alright, Night Child, anyway. So we've got 5, they're all Nandin. Okay. That's not correct then. Grinding a bit on a PS1 style game. Awesome. Do you stream or anything? So let us have a look. If you're alright with that. So I think duplicate points, you know, because we're doing triangle lists here, so we do need duplicate points. Not streaming. Yeah, that sounds great. That sounds great, Night Child. So we've basically got it's going to do them. 2, 3. How many triangles are we going to make here? That. Or is it that and that in the center? 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 that and that in the center. So what is it doing? It's going that and that in the center, then that and that in the center, then that and that in the center, then that and that in the center. So this is maybe wrong. So this is possibly this, possibly. So now I'm going to do that and that, that and that, that and that, that and that, and that, and nothing else. Okay, what does that look like? That also breaks. Didn't break that time though. Didn't break when we stepped through it there. Maybe possibly wrong. Yeah. Getting a few too many triangles, I think. Yato! Oh, how's it going? I'm doing alright. Doing alright. So is this... It must be this one. Which is weird. So how many triangles are we going to end up with? I'm doing alright. I hope you're doing alright as well. So we're saying there will be 12 triangles. Output is size 36. 12 triangles, 3 vertices each. Yeah. I think it's my first bug, can you imagine? I'm actually just checking I'm doing it right. I'm getting some weird drawing for very low segment count rounded rectangles. So I'm just checking for, this is like the segment count of 4, which is the lowest you can have in a rounded rectangle, which is basically just like a rectangle with diamond ends, pointy ends. So I'm going to put a subspan in here as well. 0, 3 times try count 0. So it should be 18 we should be pulling out 18 vertices. So that'd be 3, 6, 9, 12. 9, 12. Not 18, just 12. So 3, and then 6, 9, 12, 15, 18. $21. $18 for 8 lines. So they are just triangle lists. So 6 triangles, I believe. Don't have a screenshot. This is the way I was doing it before. Oh, hang on. Let's just go back. I haven't done much. What would it be? Mesh helper. And do that. So you've got it may be right. Oops. That's it. Come on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 triangles, 3 vertices each. So 18 vertices. Because I'm not doing index buffers for these. I'm just drawing lists of triangles. So that is correct. However, it's drawing like it looks correct. So if there's 18 for each of them, that's 36. But it's drawing 54. So something's going wrong there. It's got duplicate vertices somewhere. Or something. I don't know. It is interesting that the text is also 54, because that could be a bug. It could be drawing the text. See, if you look, I'm just doing a straight index buffer for this. Not actually doing the, you know, in like the text one does a proper index buffer, but these little shapes don't, because there's not many vertices. Ugh. So I have to figure out what's going on. So the triangle count, all right, let's just check in. Is the segment count plus 2? So 6 triangles for each, which means 18 vertices for each. So I will put this span in, because this subspan, because this will catch the bug here. 0, 3 times try count 0. Every segment has one triangle. Every segment has one triangle, and then there's 2 extra segments to make the rectangle. Because it's a rounded rectangle. So if you do a 4-segment rounded rectangle, you get diamond ends. So I think that's how it works. Every segment is one triangle in a circle, and then in a rounding rectangle you need 2 extra triangles to make it a rectangle, I think. Two extra triangles, yeah. So the thing is, these points are duplicated. Is that what we want? So that's like the edge to the point of the diamond, and then the point of the diamond to the edge. So this is the extra, because it's going there to there. It's going there, there, and then center. And then it's going there, there, and then center, which is actually a straight line. So that is the duplicate. It's a line, it's got no size. Got no area. So we need to go like there, center, then there, center, there, center, there, center. So how many triangles is that? There, center is 1. There, center is 2. There, center is 3. There, center is 4. And there's meant to be 6. One, 2, 3, 4. And then, okay. I need to, so I can go back to look at this. Oh, what was it? Can't remember what it was. Four times step plus 1. Step 0 plus 1. So they've got 9 triangles, which I think is too many. That's going there to there. That's a real triangle. That is not a real triangle. That is 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 not a real triangle. That is a real triangle. Okay. So there. There. So that one's duff. That one's not real. There. That one's duff. There. And then we're not filling out. So there's 2 duff ones and we're not filling one out, and that would give us 6 triangles. So that's what's going wrong. So let's go that one, that one, that one. No, that one center. Then that one center. It's when we're on the edge, when we're on the actual segment of the circle, I think. So we maybe need to do these points a bit different. Gather the points a bit different. Woot Dragon. 5-stream streak. Awesome. I need to do some more rewards for the points, I think. Hey, how's it going? So let's look at how we're gathering these points. So we're going there, we're going there. And then this one needs to start S needs to be 1 at this point. So let's try that. Rewards for laser. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Game's going alright, Woot Dragon. Just got a little bit of a bug in generating these vertices. So that to that. And then we're going to add... We've started at 1 this time, so V should equal 1. So there to there. To there. Yeah, that seems right. That's the diamond shape at the end. And then we're on the next corner. And then I think here also, that has to be 1. That might be the bug. All right. So we have our 6 points plus the duplicate at the end to close the shape. I think that's it. 1, yeah. Can you imagine? It's a long way till I'm thinking about Steam. Or even early access. We will get there one day, though. Need to get rounded rectangles working first. Okay, so we have points. We have 7 points. I'm going to go that one makes a point. That one makes it. Then that one. So one triangle, 2 triangles, 3 triangles, 4 triangles, 5 triangles, 6 triangles. Okay. There we go. I think that's it. I think that's it. So now we can do this. Right. Didn't crash. That's good. Edgy circle. Yeah, I've already done edgy circles actually. Actually, I think today's mostly just going to be trying to get the buttons to look nice. So it's just going to be messing around with shaders. Probably. I need to fake some anti-aliasing, and I need to do that. I've got something I want to try for that. Okay. "36 vertices. How many triangles is that? 12. That's it. There's 2 of them. That's it. That's it. You could actually do it with a proper index buffer, which we may do one day. I mean, the thing is, like, this is not many vertices. Shaders, yeah, you're into shaders, Nightchild. You like doing them. I find with them, it gets a little bit like you're just tweaking variables all the time and nothing ever looks good. You know what I mean? You get stuck in that zone of like, oh, I'll just move this number a little bit and then we'll see what it looks like. And then you do that for like 3 hours and you don't get anywhere. But, well, you know, it got to be done. So we could do a proper index buffer for this, but I'm not going to do that yet. Because then there would only be... well, we've got 36 vertices at the moment, but it would mean there would only be 14. I mean, it's not that much difference. Okay, so let's now... We're doing this a few times, I think. No, I don't think we are. We might have a draw-rounded rectangle where we're doing it wrong. Draw-rounded quad. So the trig count is seg count plus 2. And then draw-rounded quad there. And then we've got draw-rounded quad outline. Oh, that doesn't do the triangles. Okay. You leave the tweaking to the artists. Oh yeah, yeah, that's it. If you've got artists, that's the dream. So let's put all these buttons back. And then let's also just reset. Oh, I've checked it in. I'm going to say I could reset the tweakers file. All right. So, to save me some pain, I did make a little tweakers tool. So I can put anything in here that I want to tweak without having to recompile anything. So we've got another thing where it's pushing it off the edge. So I need to fix that. So if we go back down to 4 for seg count, it's like pushing it off the edge. And that's just a calculation error, that, I think. That's because we are actually smushing that other rounded quad. It's probably fine. I mean, I'm never going to have it that close up anyway. So I did put a little bit of some effects on it. You can see the buttons are moving. But I'm not convinced. Anyway, let's just sort out this. Aliasing problem. So they are aliased a little bit as well, the edges. Or they are just aliased in general. Oh, I don't know why it does that. So we're gonna try and just smooth that out. The way that I'm gonna do that, I'm gonna try and do that, is to just put some kind of distance. Because the rounded rectangles have a quad, they always have a vertex in the center. I can set that vertex in the center to be 0, and then the ones on the outside to be 1, and then I will have a distance, some kind of distance, which I can use the shader to just put a smooth off the edge of the button. So I'm going to try and do that. But there's ads, so I'll do that in 2 minutes. I'll be back. I'll just make a cup of coffee while these ads are going on. Okay, dokes. So I think the vertices are actually full up for this as well. So I'll need a new vertex type. So in the give me my canvas. So we're doing XYUV, and then here we're putting color. So it probably needs to go in XYUV2. And then we might make... No, we won't make a new one. We'll just make this do XYUV2. And then we need build unit triangles for XYUV2. So I might rather make this a colour. I'm going to say it's a row. And we'll do build unit triangles for XYUV2. And we'll put 2 rows in. Good morning, Fanbjerg. Shaved. Yeah, I'm shaved. I'm looking smart for once. I cannot grow my beard out. Oh, really? Well, as you get older, you get hairier. That is a fact. So hopefully, one day you'll be able to do it. Although I've always had a little bit of a bushy beard. Already 22 and a half. You've not stopped growing if you're 22 and a half. I think you grow until you're like mid to late 20s. Maybe. That's my theory. So that's data 0. That's data 1. Not even peach fuzz. Okay, so how do we set these rows? I think we can just pass in color.e like that. And some other thing. Shaved beard of wisdom and counted the first bug of my career. Wouldn't that make me the best programmer that ever lived if I'd never ever had a bug? And I'm definitely not that. And the source of all my powers is my beard. Right, I'm gonna aspire to be Gandalf now. What would be the right constructor for this? This is an array of floats. Array of 4 floats. Oh, there aren't even any constructors, that's the problem. I'm just going to do this for now. Row 0, and then I'm just going to go row 0 dot set color dot e. 2 years to ever get a beard. Yeah, nice one. It looks unrecognisable, really. God. Yeah, it's scary, isn't it? Age is scary. Or maybe I do just put a constructor in there. Float. Floats. Is that the right syntax for that? And now can I just do color.e? Thank the Lord. Alright. Our uni project has concluded. It's a shame the last week when it was spent writing documentation. So do you get... So when I was always at uni, right, doing these things, the documentation was the thing. It was, you know, that was looked at the most. Is that not the case anymore? You're going to get graded on the actual game itself. It's probably, it'd be very different now, I'm sure, compared to when I was there. It's your name everywhere. Except on one class. So the rest of your team wrote one class. Wow. Yeah. Oh, man. So we're going to build unit triangles. How is this? How do I want to do this? It's not even... I just think we need row. We don't actually need this. This is incorrect. We just want the center index. This is a little bit dodgy. This is a little bit dodgy. So we might go in threes. You know what? I'm going to leave it like this. This is going to be a blank row. And then we're just going to go in threes, and we're just going to go in threes and fill them out. Three weeks on one class on the level editor. That's the problem. The documentation is important. Okay, yeah. Oh man. Do you ever get any projects where it's solo? You'll shine at that, I'm sure. So we're going to go through each one. We're going to go through each triangle. So this would be the triangle. And then we're just going to go triangle 0, data 1, set, well, E0. So 0 is the center, and the other two are the outside. All the project will blame the part. Yeah, next time. There's always next time in there. Hopefully you learned a lot. Sounds to me like you need, at the beginning of a project, to clearly define who does what and then stick to it, even if the other people's contributions are terrible. And it'll be a lot less stressful, maybe. Oh, this is incorrect. Incorrect. That's the right way around there. No, that's wrong as well. There we go. So this is the center, and this is the outside of the shape, which means in the shader now we can do float 4 or just float D, and then we can do result.uv.z is D, and then I'm just going to output input uv.z. See what happens there. Didn't help them, even if it helped me. Yeah. Working in a team of people is an entirely it's an entire different thing in it to working on your own. Completely different. Because I think a lot of people do. I can't even see it. A lot of people do say I work well in a team and stuff, but actually they don't know that until they've tried it. Okay, so now we have some kind of distance. So let's try and do some stuff with this distance. So it's not just game development. I think it's every team-based thing, or being any kind of, even if you take the leadership of the project, like being a good leader is very difficult and takes a lot of work. And a good part about being a good leader is like sitting back. So it sounds like what you do is you stress about other people's work, which is not what leaders do, or anybody on a team really. You need to do a good job of your stuff, help people out when they need help, and also let people do their own thing when they want to do that too. People suck. People are hard, yeah. Managing, like, dealing with people is hard. I don't code with other people. I have done in the past. Don't make things, but I have a business with employees. I've hired them. I haven't fired many people. I've hired a lot of people over the years, and it's very hard. It's very hard to get it right. What do you do if you cannot figure out how to help them out? If they come to you with problems, and they don't know, and then you explain the solution and they still don't know, they need something that's easier. Or they might need more time. But usually they need something that's easier. What they're doing is just right now for their skill level too difficult. But, you need to, as a team of people at the beginning of the project, pick the leader and then clearly define roles for everybody. And then they own those roles. So they lead their little bits. So if someone's in charge of the level editor, that's theirs and no one else can work on it. Couldn't explain it. Yeah. But that's what you would take away from the project is hopefully, you learn some stuff about leading if you were the leader of the project. And if you couldn't explain it this time, now that you've been through that process, next time should be a little bit easier. And it is possible that you pick something too hard, like you said, and scope it down next time. So we're going to go smooth step 0.8 to 0.9 of D. Right. So they are very. So we have a problem with. Obviously, it needs to be modulated by the width and the height of the thing, of the button. Okay. That was pretty bad. More mathematical stuff, yeah. So you could have someone who's in charge, someone who's good at maths, in charge of the mathematical stuff, and then they just provide the APIs for people to use. So he's looking a little bit dodge at the top there. We are getting some anti-aliasing now. of those buttons. It's just a little bit dodgy because it needs to be modulated by the width and the height. It needs to be in pixel space, really. Do we have the width and the height of each button? No, but we have slots for them now, so we can do that. So let's just see what this looks like. This was a bad case for the aliasing because it's all white. If we just we need to actually modulate. So we got why is that not working? Are we still returning something? We are. So this is really faked 8A. It really clips a lot off the button as well, but we will sort that out. It does look a lot better though, from an aliasing point of view. Even that looks a lot better with really tight parameters there. This is what I mean about shaders, Nightchild. You just press buttons for ages and just look at stuff, and you don't actually do much coding. But whatever. You gotta make these things look good. That doesn't look too bad. That is quite anti-aliased now. Yeah. We haven't even blended it out, actually. If we blend it out a little bit, it'll be really anti-aliased. That's artist tweaking, exactly, yeah. I agree. Definitely got a bug in this. This is not doing it. Just this side. So I wonder what's going on there. Okay, we'll save those tweaks. Recompile this. Figure out why this second rectangle is not doing it. It's probably because it's a different size. It does need to get modulated by the size. So we do have the quad. So we need the quad size. So we'll just go set. Quad width, quad height. And then in the shader, we'll just make it a float for. No, we won't. Float for width height 0, 0. So we want to get the width height out. And we will go return how do we want to do this? So return float for d times width height dot x divided by width. No. What is it? Small numbers. Okay, so say V is 100. Let's get it in pixels. So this would be in pixels. So Fixes that. Say change that for a second. Smooth step not 16 pix.x. Smooth step not 16 pix.y. Zero one. What's going on here? This is D. Okay. Let's just work on the X. But what am I saying here? It means the first 16 pixels go from black to white. So if we go from 16, 32. So that's the width of the button in pixels divided by 2. D goes from 0 to 1. Not quite. Oh, it's the unit. Is it the unit? Productive Ben Games. x over 2. So we're actually setting to be the width, this second section here. Section bounds. The width is 31 pixels. No, that's 37 pixels. So that's going from 0 to 37. But over 2, so 0 to 16, roughly. So that means we need to go from 0 to 16. Yeah, okay. So if we go from 12 to 16, that should be 4 pixels. Border. On that side, I mean, it's a lot more than 4 pixels. Let's pix this and see. Benzen. I am going to do some drawing one of these days. Draw some content, some art for the game. I have a tablet, you can draw onto the screen. What's it called? A Wacom screen. After we do the UI, we are going to do like a vertical slice of the game, which means getting one area of the game kind of content complete. I mean, it won't be quest complete, but you'll be able to do everything. All the systems will be doable. All the gameplay systems. Be able to do everything. Okay. So let's just have a look at this one. I don't know how to put the font bigger. Oh, there we go. Debugging a shader. I don't think I've done this on stream before. $37. Correct. So that's going to go from 0 to 16-ish. And we're going to smooth step between 12 and 16. Pix comes out at over 16. What is D? D is 0.8. So 37 divided by 2, 18.5 times by 0.9 roughly, 0.88. So that's 16. So what we really have to do is that this value has to be that value. Right. So this, so we just need to go W is that, and then that is W, that is W, and then we're going to have the border, I'm going to say is 8 pixels. So this is W minus border. All right. So what is going, so that's just the X, we're just doing the X. The Y, that's Y. And that's Y minus border. No. So this is smooth step. Y minus border. Y. X.Y. So I think that actually might be possibly a multiply. Or a max. So let's get Y sorted. So what's going on here? This is the edge, isn't it? Um, okay, so what is Y coming in as? $31 on that one. So it's 31 for, it should be 31 for both. $31, $31. So I wonder if this value got a D. We'll say D2. Height. Width and height is better. Where is it? That's the height. That's float 2. So it's D times M. All right, it's just still getting a compiler. 137. So that's height for now. So just fix that. Okay. So we maybe need I don't know if there's a mathematically nice way to do this. Keep plodding along. Okay, so that is D. Power of 1. 1, 2. That is kind of the shape we want. We just need it bigger. We need it to stretch out further. That's going in the wrong direction. Let's do D times H. So that is okay. That's kind of the edge we're doing now. Clearly, she said. Just created a scene system and launched a menu through that system. Yeah, nice one. Nice one, Marius. So let's do my picks one thing. D times width times height. That's nice, Marius. Yeah, you have to show us it sometime. Okay, so let's just return D, and then it's looking a bit better. There we go, that's looking good. Try this. That's looking pretty good. They're very anti-alias now. Let's just turn the alpha up. That's it. That's what we're going to go for. So, if we say AA is 1, let's zoom out a little bit. Let me just set it up. So when oh, come on. So now when I press save, look at that. Victory, victory. That was straightforward. It wasn't really. But they do look a lot more anti-alias now, which is excellent work. So let's just also take off some of these effects because they're a bit much. And we'll just put this up to so I just want to get it not quite as so here we can see it's pretty faded. So this probably needs to be max width and height. Bottom min. Is the color picker some kind of add-on for Visual Studio? No, I made it. This tool here is called Tweakers, and I use it for tweaking stuff here in the game. It's part of the editor. There's a full level editor where I can like move stuff about. You maybe can get color pickers. I mean, Visual Studio does have color pickers. If you load an image in, you just drag or drop a PNG file in or something. I'm pretty sure it does. I think that's good enough AA. Yeah, it's cool. PS1 stuff working again. You can share a link, yeah, that sounds great. So is it an emulator you use on PC, or you actually got like some kind of dev kit? But yeah, definitely I want to see. This noise is extreme. I've done change the wrong thing there. Should be here. Oh, look at this. I love it. You need to get us a little video so we can see it, because it's yeah, it's like the super low res but still 3D. See what it looks like with the ships moving. That's really cool. Really, really awesome. So yeah, it's an emulator then. PC software rasterizer that emulates PS1 rendering, no depth buffer or texture filtering. Yeah, Matt, nice one. That's really cool. Need to somehow. You can't exclude songs from these playlists, which is annoying. I don't like that song. That's awesome, Nightchild. Yeah, if you want to make a video, just screen cap a little video so we can see the actual ships moving. That would be, I'd love to see that. See, I'm looking at this really closely. I'm trying to decide what level of anti-aliasing I want. Two seems good. Two's quite soft. Actually, it's not working anymore. Oh, it is. Right. Borrow checker, by the way. Ooh. Yeah, working on buttons. Nightchild just showed us his cool PS1 emulation. I'll zoom in. What am I looking at here? So, let's try 16 for all these. Quite nice having that corner square and maybe the opposite corner not there, so that would be 16. Or maybe both of those square. What would it be? That's quite nice. It's quite a nice shape for a button. I don't know, really. Well, that's the most interesting one. We need to build in this transition as well, because when it comes in, that bloom there, or whatever it is, that saturation there is overwhelming the text, make it a bit difficult to read. Alright, I'm just going to take a 2-minute break and let the ad run. I'll let the ad run now, then we won't get another one for another nearly an hour. So take a 2-minute break, and then what we need to do is build in the transition T to the shader, so I can modulate these things whether the menu is facing us or whether it's not. But yeah, I'll be back in 2 minutes and run this ad. All right. All right. So it's perfectly readable like that. When you do this, I mean, it's still readable, but little thing on the screen. But I think I want to be able to basically lower the transparency a tiny bit when it's like this. Alright, so I'll check in what I've got. And we do have slots available. We have what do we have? The Vertex has got one slot in it. I mean, we're not using the quad width and quad height at the moment anyway, but we can, in here, we can put the transition. So we're just going to say float T. I don't know. Iboa checker, by the way. I'd like to see that. And we'll just stick T in there. So T is just like, could be anything that's from 0 to 1. I've generally actually called these bias, so I might do that. So this would be canvas. Well, get. Oh, how do we do this? We have it here. Transform tween T. And then in the shader we have that now. So tween T. This HLSL tools, man. Okay, so we're going to do tween T in there. And let's just get it out. Input width height .z. Return tween T. Let's have a look. Look at this. Oh my god, look at this. So cool. And you got the old school fog. A long time ago when I briefly did work in the industries, that was one of the first things I ever implemented in an engine, in a proper engine, was the fog. Long time ago. I find mapping. It's really cool. Okay, so we've got some area that we don't know what it is. Not as easy to check. It's fine, there is no error. There we go. So we've got the tween T now. So when it's fully out, meaning it's 0, we just want to do something with the... So we want to lerp to 1 based on... No, from 1 to the alpha based on the tween T. Okay, cool. I don't think we actually do want to do that. I think that's kind of a nice, is a quite kind of a nice colour. I'm just looking for the colour for when it's fully in, like this. So we'll go and we'll just lerp between C in and that based on tween T with AA. And then you can really see the button there. In general, that is quite a nice colour. 0.8. Not Fu Manchu today. I wonder where he is. He's about to go indie in like a couple of weeks' time. So what that's telling me is that C0 needs to be darker. Oops. Slight bug there. Okay. It's beginning to look a little bit better. I need to lock this tween to be 1 as well. How do I do that? Game menus. Menu transition. Menu transform tween. Here we go. No, that didn't work. What's going on? Why did that not work? Oh, it's true or. True or. So to get this looking really good, we could actually put in, we could have 2, we could put in which part of the button. So I'm thinking that A looks really good. That A is a little too soft. So I'm thinking we say what part of the button we're in. So that's Game UI renderer, Game UI canvas. So I'm going to say build rounded button rectangle. I'm going to call it this, and then we're going to say button ID, or whatever, U32 button section index. Oh, it's changed all of them. Hang on. It's just this one. Build rounded button rectangle. U32 button section index. And then we're going to put the button section index in here. think. We don't use the quad width and height now. Don't think. We're going to go, that's 0, and that's 1. And this is build rounded button rectangle. And then in the shader, we just got float section like this. Oh yeah, using the width and height. Okay, we know what section we're in though. So we can just say this was it 277 or something? Might just hard code it. Okay. So let's just go float section input.section.x. Tween t is input.section.y. Let's just return the section. Right. In the section that else 1 minus how d. So we can control each section's anti-aliasing independent now. Oh, that's pretty good. Okay. Game menus. Get rid of this. Okay, so I think kind of about ready to move on to the next bit, which is a transition for when you mouse over the button. Right now it just snaps. Which does feel quite nice, especially with the clicking noise. I think, you know, we may as well have an actual transition. We can mess about with it. Yeah, that AA is looking good now. Anti-aliasing's looking good. So all I would say is that the noise that we've put in is barely noticeable. Just check that, just tweak that a little bit. Not even being applied, I don't think. We're in the wrong blooming. Yeah, we're in the wrong thing here. Hang on, hang on. There we go. I'm still seeing the noise though. What's going on here? So we're lerping between that colour, and that colour. So what's seeing? Confusing myself now. Seeing times tween T. We don't have tween T. Ah, right, okay, I've got them the wrong way around, hang on. Yeah. I wonder what's going on there. Try again. That's quite nice. They become really obvious there as buttons. When he settles back down, looks like that. I think we'll keep it like that for now. Alright, cool. So we need a transition. We need a tween for the focused button. So pause menu. We need to find out where in the code we are focusing the button. Draw widgets. Draw button. Draw button. So it's here if the button is hot. So if the button is hot, all we're doing is just translating it by 8. We need to get a button state, basically. We need the button state. How do we get the button state? Oh, we have it. Button state. UI button state. Alright, so how do we do this? How do we need it? We need a different type of button state. When do we get button start? Bounds. Panel, tick button state. What kind of panel are we in? UI button panel. UI button state. UI panel. So we might extend this button state because it has the ID on it. So what would we do? We would have struct game menu button state UI state. Game menu button state uses for ID. I think actually UI button state it's a name. So name ID, and then I'm going to go bool operator UI button state. And I'm just going to return the ID is equal to the state ID. And then right now, I'm just going to have a static array of them. Game menu state, game menu button state. I mean, we could actually put it in here. And then we'll have at the end menu button states. So what we want to do is we want to do menu button state, game menu button state, get game menu button state given the UI button state. I'll say this is private, and then what we want to do is we want to go auto index is equal to game menu, we call it menu button states, index of state, index is equal to menu get count index menu button states dot add get menu button state ID is the state ID, and then we just return menu button state index like that. Right, child, look at this. Yeah, that's so cool. So how are you doing? Have you got models? You're loading in models for the ships. So cool. Okay, and the game menu button state is just gonna have, what's it gonna have? A tween, some kind of tween F2. Right, so game menus has this tween in it. I think actually we need to move this. Where's tween? Oops. It's in ease. Tween F2. All still from Colony Wars until your artist creates one. Nice one. So you're working with an artist then? Living the dream there. That's grand. Okay. Right. to rebuild pretty much everything. That skill's enough to tweak a colour. Oh, really? Yeah, that's awesome. So do you do it like just for fun? You and an artist friend, or are you doing it more as a job? I mean, jobs can be fun, but you know what I mean. Or do you just hire someone? Okay. So we have it now. So draw button. So now we have a tween. We can get a tween based on the button state. So tween equals get game menu button state dot tween. Like this. And then at the end, you maybe want to tick it. "32-bit." Yeah, I remember you saying, yeah. Wish that was the job. Yeah, I remember you saying you're going to do it, yeah. So game menu button state. We kind of need a constructor for this. Not a default one, a real one. Which gonna load in some stuff about the tween. So tween start and end. So not 8. So by default, so we're going to say tween direction is end to start. If we're hot, the tween direction is start to end. And then this is just going to be tween value EE's function. Don't know. Okay, so we can't do this anymore. Name. So what do you mind telling me what you do for a job? You don't have to. You're coder for a job as well. I gather from the chats that you're at least very knowledgeable about it. There we go, transitioning in. doing it very slowly. Weirdly though, it's not quite working right. So why? Oh no, it's just because we need to draw the button background. Need to do this. We just use inside. It's very nice. Oh yeah, I'm gonna have a go at the new Visual Studios. Share my credit card number. It would be pointless, really. To be fair. There we go. Phone number. I don't have a phone. Well, okay, I have a phone, but I don't use it as a phone. I hate phones. I hate being contactable. If you want to contact me, then Twitch chat's probably the best place. Yeah, I have a Discord, yeah. Well, I'm not on it really very much. I need to get on it more. I'm not very good at like social media, has to be said. I'm not very good at like yeah, any marketing thing, really. So we need a tweaker for this. Do we have tweakers? We do have tweaks. We'll put that here as well. I'm actually rendering, I believe, the wrong title as well. Let's have a look at the tweaks file. I saw that a second ago. I was rendering the wrong. This should say button tweaks. Discord link is in the description. It is, yeah. I'm more active on something like Blue Sky, I would say, in Discord. It says temp tweaks right there. I need to say button tweaks. And then we'll be rendering the right title. So we do have tweaks, but we need a tweak for the tween rate. Tween rage. Tween rate. Tween rate. And then we can set this, so this can be the tween rate. Tweaks.tween rate. And we can change this in this tweakers thing, and we can just try and get it to look okay. All right. So it's very, very slow. So the tween rate needs to go down, I think. That makes it even slower. Try 5. It's very slow. Let's try 0.1. Oh, that's so nice. Oh, yeah. That feels quite nice. It maybe needs to be a bit faster. What was that before? 0.01. That's too fast. 0.05. That's nice. That is nice. Job is not equal to hobby. I agree with that, Burrow Checker. Absolutely. Some people, some lucky people, can do their job as a hobby, and they tend to be incredibly successful. But yeah, if I do my job as if I do my hobby as a job, the other way around, I mean, if I do my hobby as a job, it stops becoming my hobby, and that sucks. Yeah, I agree, yeah. That's it. What happens when you don't want to do it? This is the problem with hobby and job. It's like, if you don't want to do a hobby, you just don't do it, it's fine. If you don't want to do a hobby and it's your job, you have to do it. And then you stop loving it. Well, at least for me. So yeah, I'm with you on that for sure. All right, cool. So, what am I going to do now? Let's just go back to the UI, the game UI HLSL. Some people are right, it's adventure good, hate drawing, yeah. Yeah, that's it. Because I went through that. I did the whole like university, made demos, got a job, and then realised that was a mistake. So quickly changed. Yeah. So we're going to say section actually no, it's the wrong way around. What do I want to do? I want to see what it looks like keeping this material over the out material over this little bit of button here. So I'm just going to say if section, oh my word, like these HLSL tools are not grand. Job is hobby, yeah. Some people can do it and it's incredibly lucky. I know some people can do it and they tend to be very successful. Okay, so we're in this one. That is literally just this then. That looks pretty bad. Gotta be fair. Okay. So I do want it to serve a purpose. It was gonna light up. Could maybe do that. What would that mean, really, though? Let's just get rid of this. Are we arguing about Rust? It's equal for equality, and that's all it is. In pure maths. Yeah, it's where coding and maths differ, I suppose. When I'm teaching a new coder, I'm always like, this is assignment, and this is equal to, because there's two equal signs, equal to. That's how I teach it. But in maths, it's an equation, innit? And the equation is the equals. Equals is in the word equation, and that's an equal sign. But not in programming. It's a relational operator. Yeah. I design languages. Yeah, it just works differently, doesn't it? Mainly because you need to do both in I suppose in a programming language like C, C++ or HLSL, you're assigning so much. It wouldn't be very good to have to type 2 characters. But one of my core programming memories from when I was learning programming as a kid was trying to get over the assignment thing. Because I come from a maths background where it was equals. And I'm like, I don't get it. You know, because it's... But then as soon as I started calling it assignment instead of equals, it clicked. There's this one in C++ as well, and maybe other languages, which is an interesting operator. Call it like the starship or the spaceship or something like that, which I have been using, which is quite good. Bit of syntactic sugar. Alright. So I think it looks good with that little transition. There's like a tiny little, so you can actually see it moving. So the last thing I wanted to do was a lighting effect. Somehow. Which is applied to the menu background. So you have like lights come down. It might be a little bit overkill, but we can give it a go. So this is actually in the menu background, not the menu button background. So it might be a little complicated. TIE Fighter, yeah. It's kind of syntactic sugar in C++. Rather than a real operator. But yeah, it is useful. It's called Spaceship Operator. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. I knew it was called something like that. Like Starship or Spaceship or something. Okay, so what I want to do is create like a ball of light somewhere. What is D? Oh, it's not there. PS main button background. It's up here. So we do have this light thing. What I want is a little one like there. It might be worth, you know, drawing this in the menu rather than trying to do it on this canvas. So we issue 2 draw calls. We issue one for the background and then one for like a little quad here that moves. Or 2 that are stuck to each other. I don't know. Don't know what the spaceship does. Never used it, never needed to. Mathematically, it's if and only if. Yeah, it's not if or only if. It's it allows you to just write less than or equal to, greater than or equal to, all in one function. So it's syntactic sugar, rather than having like 5 separate functions over like operators. Just allows you to do it all at once. Just shorthand coding. Yeah, so I'll show you where I use it. So if you do this, so this is when I want to sort. I'm using this for when I want to sort, basically, based on lookup ID. If I do this, it allows me to use standard equals, standard less than equals, standard less, standard greater than. It allows me to sort whichever way I want. It's overloaded like all of those operators for me. Rather than having to write out 5 separate functions. If we're talking about coding in this stream, then that is good. It's okay to debate coding, as long as it's not any personal attack or anything. So we could do it on the button. We could render it just behind the button. What does this mean? What does this mean that I have to do? So what I want is like a light here. And then when I move, the light moves. But the light would be nice to bleed the light out over the button. I think it means like drawing the button to the render to a render target, and then in the render target having like a stick of light there and then blurring it. It's quite a big effect. Or even drawing all of them to a render target. So I wonder if we could fit it in the post-processing. Let's just pix. So this is the post-processing pipeline. We could do it here. So it would get captured by the normal bloom, but the normal bloom's not very strong. That's the normal bloom. So what is this? This is the bloom gather. So I think we need another, we can do it here, I believe. Can we? So what we need to do is do that call again, but into a black render target. So what is this? Game menu button background. So we could actually output black or white or whatever. We could output white to a second render target. So we need to get a render target for when we're drawing the menu background, and that would have the light on it, and then we would render over that with black, and then we would have to blur. The problem is we'd also need a bigger border. This would have to be like, we'd have to like have a render target that was like this. This is actually quite a big effect. Okay, so draw menu background. So we need to what is this gonna do? Alright, let's have a quick look at this. So we have already set push and clear new. We've got target main. So we said push and clear viewport. Push viewport. So we can set 2 viewports. Is that 1 per render target? Let's have a look at the docs for that. Bind an array of viewports. Which viewport is to use is determined by SV viewport array index semantic by the geometry shader. So it's for a geometry shader. Really? You can have. Okay. So that's not what I want. So it'd have to be 2 calls. All right. What does this mean then? What even are the vertices for this game menu? Draw game, draw menu background. They come in as pixels. Okay. So we could do this. So I think what we want is a render target that's like, we want to inflate it by some bounds. This is actually another call. Draw menu background, and then we want to do this. Draw menu, draw button menu background. Hydrate, yeah, thank you. Increase the price. Yeah. It's 1,000,000 points to wishlist on Steam apparently. But it's not on Steam yet, so save up them points. So maybe it is just a complete different draw call. So we need to know it still picks up here. Oh man. So draw context, current viewport, the VP is that, if not VP, something's wrong. We'll look to assert there's a viewport. And let's just see what this is. $300, $400. So we need to basically multiply it by 2. So we're going to do bounds.width height times equals 2. And then we need to bind a new render target. Tx get state, get unused render target. Bounds.width, bounds.height, texture format R32. And this is and then we're going to use we should use the post processor to do this. Should we use the post processor? No, we can't use the post processor. We need to just set this viewport. How do we do that without breaking stuff? We need to push it on, basically. Push and clear viewport. Draw context, set target main. So we have target main, so we can reset it. So we can go draw context, get target main. And then draw context, set target main to the light target. And do we just draw again? And then draw context, set target main to target main. So I don't think that's going to work because we need to transition. So this starts as a render target. Now that might work. Okay, they're both render targets. Didn't complain. Not complaining about that. So let's pix and see what happens. Right, do that. He didn't do it. He didn't do it. Oh, so this doesn't bind it. This doesn't bind target main. How do we do that? Look, push and clear render target. So it's actually push and clear render target, and then pop render target. Is that it? No. Oh, different pipeline because it's a different texture. That's what it is. Okay, let's just do RGBA 8 for now. So we'd need a new PSO as well. To be fair though, if you want a coloured light, it should be RGBA 8. Okay. Not complaining, that's grand. We do need a new PSO though, because all we want to do is draw black. Right. Wrong. It's the wrong matrix though. What we need to have drawn this scaled down. So new PSO. All right, I'm just gonna go and make a cup of tea. Then we'll make a new PSO because we're drawing at the menu's 300 by 400 pixels. That target was 600. That's the old pics. The target was 600 by 800, but we do want to scale it back. So then when we draw the light on, we can bloom the light right out as far as we want. All right. Just give me 2 minutes. I'll be back. Okay. So we need a new PSO. So Game UI, we want to have I'll put it down here. Background light. And Probably needs to actually recreate the button one. Light. Okay. Light. So we actually need the canvas now to bind there. Let's do this. PSO white. What I think might be easier. Okay, so now we're doing it's not complaining, which is good. We're going through a different vertex shader and pixel shader and everything now. So I think in the game UI, HLSL, we'll just do it on the button background, and then we can transfer it, so we'll be able to see. We can transfer it onto the actual render target. So what's going on here? Result.position.x times equals half. Yes, this is what we want to do. So I think that's it. That is the difference there. Let's check that in pics. All right, there we go. So what we want to do is actually draw that white, I believe. It looks nice. Bora checker, see you later. And birthday party. Oh yeah, have a great time. Have a great time. It's okay. It's okay to debate it. Just no personal stuff. Keep it safe for work and all that. You know, lots of people watch this stream who are at work as well, so. Okay, yeah, see you later. So, what we're gonna do is we're gonna this we just have to draw out one. I think. Right, there we go. So what we need is just the right way to do it. Now I think we need to actually draw. We need a post-process for the canvas first. So this actually needs to output black. And we need a post-processor. How do I set one of these up? How does this work? Pass in the draw context. Pass in the draw context. We can start using it. So, draw game menu, draw menu button background. So we just pass in the draw context like this, and then we can go pp bind target p light target pp.reset pp dot set PSO game menu light. Game menu background light. This actually happens to happen here. What am I getting for Christmas? Oh, don't know. My family usually buys me socks. Chocolate. Can't go wrong with chocolate. Christmas soon, innit? It's a couple of weeks now. I got a 5-year-old, so it's usually just about a 5-year-old, and then she's got a couple of cousins. So it's usually just about the kids, really. So this PSO here is actually should be game menu button background mask. It should be a mask. Creates a mask. And then I'm going to call this mask. No, that's not what I wanted to do. mask. Do I need to set any of these? Do we need to do the act like half thing? Yeah, it's really interesting, this PS1 stuff. It's really cool. Game menu, background, light. Yours is 3. Yeah. Also, if your kid's 3, then it might be the first Christmas you kind of gets it. And that's very exciting, isn't it? When they're 2, they're kind of presents. When they're 3, they're like really excited. Yeah, my little girl's nearly 6. No, it's crazy, isn't it? Crazy how having a kid. And awesome though. So what do we need for this? This is going to be a post-process, this. Get a PS1. Yeah. Yeah. Seems awesome. So I'm just going to use the good old post-process vertex shader and find out where it is. This one. I'll just use that one. And that's VS main background light. PS main background light. We'll just return well, we'll return 1. We need to return the light. We need also, we'll use this root signature. Call it Blit Light. Right, what's going on here then? This should be fine. What have I done? What have I done? Maybe it was actually deleting those shader things. Let's go back to a stage where it works. Delete some stuff there. Yeah, that's it. Menu background light. Why do you not like this? You have 2 vertex outs. No. What? It's literally just compiling. I really need to fix this so it gives me better compile output. What have I done? What have I done? 2 masks. That's it. That's not the right thing to do. Okay, that was what it was. No, it wasn't. Alright, now we're compiling. Now we're not, so it's something in here. There we go. Nope, that's not it. What is it that is not liking? Let's get rid of that. 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 Is it vertex out that it doesn't like? Possibly. Maybe there's something else called vertex out. Yeah. Okay. We'll call this light vertex light out. Alright, finally. And that's just going to return 1. So what we need to do then is we need to make pipeline for this. It is a post-processing pipeline, but for the menu. €25. Modern ones are 200. €25. They were £600 when they came out. Don't know what that is in euros. €700 when they came out, I remember. Mental. Okay. So this will be main menu background light. So now I'm kind of getting in, I'm in the swing of graphics programming now. A couple of weeks ago when I was just getting onto it and I was like, oh man, how does all this work? You need to work on it for a couple, once you get work on it for a couple of weeks, it begins to just be a bit smoother. Okay. Main menu background light. still quite cheap. Was that? I think that's PS1 in like 1990. Maybe it wasn't that expensive. It's a long time ago, and it's like 1994 or something. 30 years ago. Let's have a look and see how much it was. £300 it was when it came out in 1995. That was off by a factor of 2 there. That's my brain for you. Yeah, $299. Yeah. Okay. So what do we want to do? What are we doing? What actually are we doing? We're not actually binding anything. So we just draw 4 verts. Just draw. So we're just setting it and drawing and then resetting it. And we're just doing a push with no clear. And then we're drawing the mask on top. So actually that means that this is slightly different. There's no sampler or descriptor table. It's basically an empty... Hang on, that's the wrong one. There's no sampler or descriptor table. Is that even allowed? I've never done that before. So it says element not. No buffer bound to this slot. Right, so this actually is resetting what is bound. So we need to bind to these. Right. Yeah, crazy. 299 30 years ago was a lot of money. I remember. Crazy, innit? So this unfortunately unbinds all this stuff. So I'm going to do this. We basically need to rebind everything again. Right. Doesn't complain about that though, that's good. So if this works, we just see a white rectangle, I think. See a white rectangle and then a mask. White rectangle. No mask. Ooh, what's going on there then? So they're in the wrong position. We haven't bound something properly. And they are outputting. Oh, it's because they're outputting. Okay, so they need to output float 4 0 0 0 1. Now that won't build. Now it will. Okay, not complaining. There we go. So they're in the wrong place. What's causing that? So really this needs to be here. What's happened there? So really, that is a bug. That is an error. That is a syntax highlighting error. So why in the wrong place? That's weird. Viewport, probably. Probably not set the right viewport. Push render target. Does that push a viewport on? Yeah. 600 by 800. So it sets it. So we've got this thing called viewport GPU handle. What do we need that for? Oh, this pixel to NDC thing. No, that should be fine though, because it's by a half. Because we're multiplying the texture size by 2, so if we do the NDC by a half, it's the same. So why is it in the wrong place? We were rendering it in the right place before we did this. So if we don't do this, does it render in the right place? No. What's going on? Well, let's not multiply it by a half in the shader. Yeah, okay. So it's plus a half, possibly, actually. Thought we had it rendering in the right place though. Maybe not. Nope. It's plus a half, minus a half. I need to make it so this is the thing that gets outputted, you know. I think we'll probably have to do that actually, because when we actually get to the light, it's going to be handy to see it. There we go. That is in the right place. That is in the right place, and it's the right size. So let's put back in where are we? This step here. So maybe what we would do want to do is use the post processor. Just bind PSO, set PSO to blit, and then set bind shader resource. Bind shader resource P light target PP draw PP reset, and I wonder if that will blit the light target to the screen for us. Blit summit to the screen. Whoa. I split the main target. Bind the main target to the. pp.bind target p target main. Let's try that. Oh, we're not flushing to the descriptor table. pp.flush descriptor table 1 0. I'm not setting the actual target, the actual shader resource. Unfortunately, that's the way that this works. You've got to bind resources and then flush them. Yes, there we go. So what we're looking at there is a 600 by 800 texture mapped onto a 300 by 400 texture. That's why they're looking in the wrong place, but this will actually get scaled up. I wonder if we could do that. I wonder if we could say pp set draw rect to bounds. Is it bounds? Bounds. See if that actually works. No, it doesn't. Why didn't that work? Set draw rect. Draw. What does draw rect even do? Pushes a viewport, but there needs to be a target. Okay. So we need to do pp bind target p target main, and then set the draw rect on target main. Yeah, so bounds is not quite right. It's bounds xy minus equals bounds dot width height, like that. All right. We have some kind of scissor rectangle problem. Actually. Oh no. Oh, we need to know, actually. I mean, it is. Oh, the canvas itself, the target main is. Okay, no, we can't do that. We can't do that. Target main is we only got that little thing to draw onto. can do this. Can do that. Okay, so we need to do some more stuff. So what we need to do is this light, this white square shouldn't be white. We're just outputting 1. What we want to do is if we do return float for input.uv, what was it? Input position. XYZ 1. This hasn't done the divide yet, so divide by what was it? 600 by 800. I mean, that is literally just the texture coordinates, really. So let's do right. So we can see that it's squished. So this needs to get multiplied by the aspect. Put in right. So float to UV. What's the problem here? $800 divided by 600. Right. Should that not be in the middle? Should that not be in the middle? Maybe the multiplication goes here. Yeah. Okay. So what do we want to do? So if we do this, and then this returns 1. I think it's the other way. And now we want to do basically a radial blur. So, we want to do auto P blur target. Equals DX12 effect processor. Which this doesn't know anything about, I don't think. It should do. Why doesn't it know anything about that? DX12 effect processor. The effect MIP down post process. So we want MIP down post process steps 2. The source is the light target. The post processor is PP. And that is the P MIP down. So let's just split that. All right. So now what we want to do is a radial blur. We do have it somewhere. We don't have it in the post-processing setup. Lighting radial blur, glow shadow. In post-processing. Gaussian blur. Disk blur. Radial blur. What is this then? What's going on here? Blur shadow and glow shadow. I think it's the glow shadow one we want. We need the inverse width height. Yeah. It's just set as root constants. So we could do that. All right. Basically this. That's 1 over bounds. I think we need to do that. Bounds over 2, interesting. That's because we're mipping down, I think. I think this is actually just mipped down. 1 over. So mipped down bounds. Bounds. So we're binding this, and then we want auto p blur target equals dx get state get unused render target p mipped down get width, p mipped down get height, p mipped down get format, and then the blur target is the thing we want to actually glit. Okay, that didn't work. What's going on? Valid views as a render target. Something is invalid for use as a render target. So what have we done here? We've pushed light target, then we've mipped down light target, we've made another blur target. Pixel shader resource, bind target mipped down. Q is a render target flush. So we're only actually flushing one barrier there. Interesting. So what is mipped down? It's a render target. It's already a render target. Interestingly. That's why it's not transitioning it. Oh, it did add it in. So mip down, alright, so no, mip down now. is pending to be pixel shader. Oh, typo. Yeah, okay, that's it. We're binding the MIP down as the shader resource and the target. Okay. Okay, so this requires a different format now. Okay, so we need... This only returns the amount of light. Okay, so actually we could do that. We could do that as well. So the menu background light PSO, we can say, we could just set it to be the full screen blit red. Like that. And then the game UI, this just returns 0. And this just returns D. Primo Alpha triangles, these are a red version. There is. Now this is R8. All right, see if this complains. So far, so good. So far, so good. Didn't like that. Okay, so MIP down. Okay, we need a MIP down. Right, we need MIP down just for red as well. Ooh. Okay. MIP down post process. So we need blit linear red as well. So we need to get the actual format. So the format's there. We're going to go if source format is equal to R8 pp set PSO lit linear red, else if source format is equal to etexture format RGB8. Set blit linear. Like this. So we need a blit linear red. Red, blit linear red, blit linear red. And then this needs to actually happen for here as well. Here. Okay, yeah. Okay, so we'll test this MIP down now. So this is going to be red. Oh, crashed. Where are we? What is this? Which one is this? Blit linear red. Blit linear red. So it's saying there's no root signature for it. Blit linear red. Where is it? Blit. Where's blit linear red? Blit linear red. Blit linear red. It has got one. It's not build. Didn't build. Fantastic. What's the problem? Don't know what the problem is. Now it builds. I don't get it. Weird. Okay. Oh, we already have a problem. Target main. So we've got, oh, right. The disk blur stuff as well. I'm just going to say else for this. Because it might have 16. It really should be channel count. Do we have that? So it should be if Get channel count. Get channel count for texture format, source format equals 1 equals 4. It should be that, actually. Right, that should be it. Didn't complain. Okay, we're not seeing. Let's have a look at MIP target. Down again. Okay, so we're not actually seeing anymore the buttons. Where have they gone? Fu Manchu! Turning up late. How's it going? Hope you're alright. Normally I don't stream Fridays. Yeah, normally. I didn't stream Monday, Tuesday this week, so I decided to come in. Hope you're doing alright, hope you're having a good day. Alright, so we're not drawing the buttons anymore. What's light target then? Okay, I'm confused. Why are not... Oh, right. I think possibly to do with... So let's just go back to doing the blur target. It's .a, right? No, that's not .a. This is input. .a. The input dot. What is it? What is it? No, this is just geometry. This is just 0. So if we return 1, so if that returns D, and then this is not actually, oh, it float like this. Drawing anymore. Drawing the buttons on anymore. Right, I'm gonna have to fix that. I've changed something and it stopped it working. So this is not drawing anything. So they are there. It needs to be 0. It needs to be outputting 0. Which it is. How come it's ending up as 1? No, that's the wireframe. So what? Maybe it's all right. It could be. It could be the blend. I think it's the blend mode. So it literally needs to be like just a so main menu background mask. It needs to be just like a composite, really. Not a Primal Alpha blend. It needs to be composite blend triangles, I think. Is it composite? Or a blit? It just needs to be a blit. No, it's not that. Full screen blit red. Let's try that. No. It's not full screen blit red. What is it? It's just... composite blend triangles. We need a composite blend triangles red. We don't have. I was saying false for has input layout there. Try that one. No, all I wanted to do is just draw black on. What is this doing? What is composite doing? Oh, what is it that I actually want to do? It's just blit red. I'm sure it's blit red. It's just blit red. Blit triangles. Blit blend triangles. So it's blit blend triangles red. Split blend triangles, red. Just take all of the source colour, which is the 0, and add it on. Whoa. Okay. That's the radial blur messing up, but we've got it back. That's kind of cool. So, actually, let's just check we have got it back. Let's just bind the MIP down target. Yes, we do. Right, so it's the radial blur basically. The radial blur is not working. I don't really know. Okay, so this is what it's doing. So what does this, what is this? It's possibly, I just want to know what is the vertex shader for this? VS main. So it's a post process, which I think is correct. All right, well, let's just have a look. In pics again. I'm not entirely sure what those root constants are doing. It is radially blurring out, it's just got a massive blur step. So we probably need a different type of shader, not use the actual the lighting one, because the lighting one's quite specific really. So let's, in game UI, we will just put it, we'll just do it here, we'll just say we'll just copy it over from, we'll copy this one over. So we want radial blur. and then compile that, if it will. It will not. Why won't it? Pragma. Okay, cool. And then in the pipeline, we want to copy this lighting glow thing here. And then this is going to be this. We can mess with this now and not affect the lighting. Nope. Probably this. Nope. What shader are we using? What shader are we going to be using? This one. No, this one. Which is correct. Main menu background radial blur. PS main menu background radial blur. Game UI main menu. So where is it crashing? Is it crashing here? Or... yeah, it's crashing here. So we do have bytecode for both of these. Oh, it's probably... what's it saying? Oh, the shader linkage. Yeah. So this is actually VS Lite out. Actually. Right, cool. So we can now, if we go to the game UI, here we go. If you just return 1. Right, we're in this shader now. Right, advert starting in 20 seconds. I'm going to go make a cup of coffee and then we'll get this radial blur sorted. Back in 2 minutes. All right. Let's get this radial blur sorted. Got another hour and a bit to go. Get my headphones sorted out. Okay. So let's put this to 1. Steps 16. Two. So that's kind of really good radial blur. I'll be blurring the wrong thing though. No, that might be fine. So let's just shift this light around. So we're always blurring from the middle. Possibly. So does this actually, or are we, need to be applied to here as well? No. To center. So we're always blurring from the center. So what is UV? Oh, we only have 1 channel to work with here. Return to center. That's also get return length to center. Return length UV. So what is that doing? So to center is that. So that's just like this, essentially. So this needs to be multiplied. So that's the inverse width and height. Don't really know what that's for. So this is like 1 pixel worth. Ah, I see. That's how it's working. So we're just casting a ray up out from the center. So that is UV plus. Okay. So how do we change the direction? Like that. Okay, so that needs to be this. But flipped. Think. So what is this one? -1 plus 1. So that one has to be +1, -1. So that would be it. So let's do this. So that's like the light directly behind there. Okay, so let's stick with that. And then let's MIP back up again. Well, hang on. First, we're doing 2 pixels at once there. This is such a small render target that we could probably do 1 pixel more times. And then let's MIP back up. Well, okay, let's just keep that. Let's MIP back up. So we want to MIP back up again. MIP up. MIP up by 1. So MIP the blur target up by 1, and then do it again, but with the MIPed up texture. mipped up. What we're doing, we're mipping up by one step, making a new blur target. So actually you want to target, the target needs to be the blur target. And the shader resource needs to be the mipped up one. And we're going to blur to the blur target again. And then we need to mip up one more time. And then we set the mipped up target. I think that's how it works. Turning to be quite a mouthful, this function now. So we'll just walk through this. Mip down. Blur. I'm going to mip up one. And then to the blur target, we're going to draw the mipped up texture with blurring it. And then we're going to mip up again, and we should be back at 300 or 600, 800. And we're just going to split that. We're not going to blur at 600, 800. Oh, that's a nice blur. So that would be the light behind. Obviously the light needs to move as, it's actually quite nice. As the button moves, the radial blur moves as well. So that's the blur. That would blur. So if we wanted a light, we could make the light slightly smaller. Slightly smaller. If we do 16 2 pixels, that's just as good, I think. 3 pixels, 2 pixels. So if you want the light a little bit smaller, do it kind of like this. And the position of the light needs to be where the mouse is. Well, kind of where the mouse is, or it needs to be put on the position of the button. But I think the first things to do is to get this actually rendering at the end of the, like in the post-processing. It needs to get blitted on in the post-processing, this texture somehow. We've made a light texture anyway. It just needs to get put on properly. So let's check that in. So this cannot be done here. We need to save this to something. This needs to be put on over the top of the menu. Somehow. So I need to work out how to do that. Like, it needs to be part of the post-processing of the game window itself. Or it could be part of the post-processing of the menu. I think it can be. So we need to save this. So the canvas needs to have DX12 render target P note game specific, game and canvas specific targets. Specific targets. Literally, what's going on? There we go. DX12 render target P button light map. So the button light map. So main menu. Well, it could be for any buttons. Could be for any buttons. So this is actually the button light map. And yeah, that'll be fine. So now when we come to post-process, if there's a button light map, we need to put it on somehow. So if P button light map, this is never going to work. It's going to be obviously blitted over the entire screen. We only need to blit it to a certain area of the screen. Oh no, it is there. Interesting. It's in the right place. I think. I don't think it is quite in the right place. I know we need to set the draw. So we need to do. So the button light map. Has a size. .600 by 800. And target main has a size as well. We need to get the right place to draw this light map, basically. Where is it? Draw context. Target main. We need to know exactly where it's the canvas. Like, we need to know where on the screen this is being drawn. Viewport stack 41. Oh, here we go. That seems kind of wrong. Still coding UI, yeah. Yeah. I'm going to be coding UI till February, maybe. Something like that. It's going to be a long time. It's the UI pretty much for the entire game, so it's a lot. Yeah, so I'm just coding this main menu UI. So the first one's going to take a lot longer because I'm putting in the systems as well for it. But then afterwards, it should be fine. Ah, you locked out your person. All right, locked out your work account. Is that because you're leaving? They've locked you out. Not even left yet. Blooming heck. Reading up on things for personal use. Yeah, cool. Are you looking forward to going indie? It's going to be good. Yeah, weird, isn't it? That is weird. Yeah, maybe. Well, take advantage of it. So we need to scale this. I don't know what's going on there. Oops. Accidentally closed all of my windows. I'm looking at Ent. Ent, yeah. Yeah, I've looked at this as well. So as you plan to use, because if you say you've given yourself a year, the plan is to use some external libraries and stuff to help speed things up, which is absolutely awesome. Yeah, it's cool. I did look at this when this engine was in its infancy. Decided not to use it because it's quite large, isn't it? And I didn't really, I could, if I wanted an empty component system, I'd just make one. But obviously, if you press for time, you can't do that. Add component, which is not cache friendly. Yeah, so you're wanting lots of entities, lots of components, something that will require something like ent. Be very fast. Just used a registry part. Yeah. Yeah, nice. My Spidey senses for that tell me if you were to write your own entity component system and you told the entity component system all the types of components at compile time, Spider senses tell me you could make some cool optimizations. If the actual ECS knew all of the types of components. The thing about Ent is it's very it's open, isn't it? Anything can be a component. My Spidey senses, so that little bit in my brain is like, well, if it knew all of the components, then you could make optimizations even more than Ent could do
It's well structured and force you. Yeah, cool. Yeah, I mean, it is used. It said, I think Mojang, isn't it? It said Mojang. Mojang, yeah. So it is used in proper production. Awesome. Yeah, let us know how it goes. And knows the types. Does it know the types at compile time? Yeah, if it's good, yeah, if it does, that's awesome. Oh yeah, nice. Yeah, that's it. If you knew that, then you could build all sorts of optimizations in. Yeah, let us know how it goes. Okay. So we've got this. We need to know where to draw it. Viewport 41. And what's the viewport? The other viewport. Viewport 29. So this is the one I actually want. Viewport 29. That's the position where the menu is. Register in place my component, my entity. Yeah. In terms of systems, yeah. So what happens? Oh, there's about to be an ad. Hang on. I can't snooze it. Oh, this little badge tells me you're on Prime, so you don't get any ads. Right, so are you on Prime? Are you getting an ad? That blue badge. Okay. If you're getting an ad, you're getting an ad. What that blue crown meant isn't you don't get ads. Alright, okay. So the for some reason we've got the wrong viewport. Where are we? Draw context. 41. We're at viewport 41. Okay, so we need to pop a viewport somewhere. Are you back, Fu Manchu? No, I was just saying. So the my component, register in place my component, does it? use that information. It uses that information of you passing in my component to at compile time build data structures to run the systems at compile time. What I mean is it's not always passed in a new type, therefore let's create a new pool of components at runtime. It's not doing that. It knows at compile time how many pools it needs and stuff. Because that's yeah, that's more what I was thinking. That's clever. I might look at how it does that. Just add and remove. Didn't look into the details. Because what I mean is like, so you could do something like, so that could be like component, and it would be something like, I don't know, component add entity. But like, rather than going like for all the pools, if pool type equals component, you know what I mean, at runtime, blah blah blah, return something, pool add component or whatever. Give the typos. If you get here, go add pool. So that's like a runtime adding of pools. What I'm saying is if it knows this, therefore in this function at compile time, the pool exists. That would be clever. I would like to know how if they do that. So you don't even need to have this case. That would be clever. It's like they know here at compile time. They'd be like, oh yeah, it's a new component that we don't have a pool for at compile, you know, while it's compiling the code. And then it makes one in a data structure somewhere at compile time. Yeah, cool, yeah. Let us know how it does it, because that would be, I'd like to know that. If they're using a pattern like that, that would be a useful pattern to know. The way I usually do it, you see, is I just have a like components. I'll do this. And then I'll just declare all the components in there. And obviously that's a compile time type. So now the component system knows, or the registry or whatever knows what data structures it needs at compile time. But if somehow you could build up a tuple as the functions are getting called at compile time, that would be absolutely awesome. I don't know if you can do that. There'll be some very clever people out there now to do that. Because technically it is known at compile time. Technically it is. So there might be a way to do it. Clever. So something in here, where are we now? Something in here is not popping a viewport. I think that's what's happening. It might even be a bug, this. Game canvas. Menu canvas. Okay. This is using a viewport. What's it using this viewport for? Ah, push viewport, look. So does... So we need to pop the viewport. pp.pop. Get draw context. Pop viewport. Right. Not really a fan of the push pop stuff because you do forget. So there is only one viewport, number 29, which is our viewport. It's the viewport that we want to actually change. So we need to go the viewport, pp, get draw context, get viewport, get current, what is it, current viewport. And then the bounds is the viewport. And then we want to go bounds dot xy minus equals bounds dot width height times equals 2, and then we want to go pp get draw context push viewport bounds do the draw pp get draw context pop viewport. Okay, let's see if that draws it in the right place. No. So this is over 2. I think. No. So we times it by 2. Is it that? It is drawing it the full thing though. You need to get it in the right place. Oh, why is this not working? We just need to scale it basically by 2 from the middle. So we need to go bounds.xy equals what do we need to do? Bounds to xy zero, or is just minus bounds dot width height over 2, and then we do bounds times equals 2, and then we do bounds dot xy plus equals okay, well let's scale it, and then we just need to put it back in the right position. Maybe we have a scale. Bounds equals VP scale 2. Scaling it from the wrong place though. I'll scale it probably from the origin. So bounds.xy equals minus bounds.width height over 2. Bounds equals bounds.scale by 2, and then bounds.xy plus equals VP xy plus VP.width height over 2. Literally no idea if that's it. It's not. Come on. So now we're going to scale it by 2. It's getting to that point where it's the end of the day. So I am tired. So here we are, scaling it about at the center, and then we need to move it back to the proper place. Yeah, so what we do is we go center bounds.center. We minus the center, we scale, we add the center. Is that right? No. We minus the center. And that puts its origin on the center, right? That's not right. Is it minus the center? That. No. Oh, hang on. It's minus equals center. Okay, good. So is it 2 times center? Okay, I need to actually... I don't know if this is in the right place or not. Really? Bit to tell with picks. No, it's not, is it? Oh, it is. It might be. I think it is, because it's the hitboxes are there. Right, so let's do basically a button light map combine thing. Is it blit? Is what is it? It's what do we want to do? Full screen comp. I think it is in the right place. What do we actually want to do? We want to just... Is it... Let's blend... Blend red. Is that really what? Okay, I'm not just going to guess pipeline states. Full screen blit red. How do we blend the light on? Apply glow shadow. I think we just add it in the shader. What do I actually want to do here? I want to subtract what am I looking at? Is it just an ad? Ooh, what have we got there? Messing around with those. It ends up converting to a hash. Custom containers. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I mean, you're never going to have that many components, are you, for it to be a problem. It was more the pattern I would be interested in. If they are managing to do that, how are they doing that? Because that would be really awesome. If you could at compile time build up a tuple of types as you used functions. Or as functions were like made in the compiler. Full screen blit additive. Bloom blit. Not bloom blit. Maybe not. Where's bloom blit? Sure, it's in post processing. I think we're going to have to write a shader for this, which is fine. So what do we want to do? It needs to be in, I think it's additive. I think it is additive. Do we not have an additive post-processing red? What blit blend full screen blit additive red? Blit additive blend red. Things we probably are going to need a shader because we're going to have to. This is where we'd set the color of the light here. Ooh. The render target does not match. Okay, the render target's not red. That's fine. That's fine. So it kind of looks slightly out. It's difficult to tell. Tell you what we'll do. We'll just mess with this blur a bit so it's not so extreme, and it doesn't actually follow the transform either. Which we don't want it to do. I don't think I don't know what we want it to do, to be honest. It looks too high. Let's get rid of these. Here. Okay, there's a translation error there. Does kind of look in the wrong place. Now that is in the right place. That is in the right place. That's good to know. Okay, let's stop. Again. The thing sinking down. Stop the menu sinking down. Okay. So let's go to, where were we? Game UI, HSL. Seems good. So this needs actually, this distance here needs to be modified by the aspect ratio, which is just 300 over 400. Or 400 over 300, I can never remember. Oh, we're doing it there already. So why are we seeing this seam here. Why are we seeing this seam? Basically, I think because too many steps. So we need to like multiply this essentially by so we got return float, return 1 minus length of 2 times UV minus 1. So that is the you know, the edge mask or something. So this actually needs to return times the edge mask. So we can pow by 2. Okay, now we're not seeing a seam. So we need to figure out how we move the light. Moving the light let's just do plus float 2, 0.01, not. No, it's not there. Alright, let's just go back because we did have the edge mask we do need to keep. Copy that. I'll just go and undo. It was there and there. Question is, where do we want to position it? So it's positioned. So if we position it over there, I don't really know what I'm meant to be seeing. That's it blurring from the center. So that's plus plus. So this one would be minus minus, which it is. That has to go there as well. Oh, interesting. No, that just shifts the whole thing. Alright, let's just fix that. See what this blur tag actually looks like. Oops. So that has moved the light, that's nice. So we want a radial blur from there. Okay, so the light's been moved. It's not even blurring. So that's not correct. What I'm doing there. How do you radial blur from a specific point? Oh, it's to center, so that's blurring out from the center. I want to blur out from a different place though. I wonder if that's it. Let's try that. Hard to see. No, it's moved it. It's not it. That's not it. So times inverse width height. Um, so I'm wondering if we need... So if we just do that, so let's do P is 0, 0, right? So that is from the middle of the screen. I think actually it's going to be easier to look at this. If we just split it. Five minutes. Okay, that's easy to look at. So let's do like 8. And then let's blend a long way. Which won't do the edge mask. That's interesting. What's going on there then? So we've kind of lost the power of it. What has happened? Times the edge mask. So if we want to move this, it's here. Is that why we're losing the power of it? Yeah, that's it. So this is 2 center. It's that. And multiply it by the aspect ratio. And let's enable pointer stability per component type. So you can keep all the component pointers. Yeah, that'll be the pooling, won't it, that it uses? Interestingly. Interesting, yeah. So it doesn't store things in arrays, it stores things in pools, I think. So bucket arrays. Interesting, yeah. So if we just do 1. So if we just want to move this, this can be from 0 to 1. So I think it's this plus P times the aspect ratio. So if we want to move it a little bit to the left, we do that. One is all the way, so if we do 0.9, it does swap and pop, so it keeps pools compact. Yeah. Ah, cool, cool. Nice one. So that's how we move the light across. So I'm going to negate this. So if we want to go up a bit, this, and left a bit. Okay, interesting. So if we go from the top left, I want to see the radial go that way. If this has to actually be normalized. Well, that'd be 1 though, won't it? Right. Okay. So I think I'm going to have to leave this because I've got to go. It's 4 o'clock. The goal is to get the radial blur to not from the center of the actual render target, but from wherever we want. Something in here will do this. I've just got to figure it out. It's awesome. Right. Back on Monday, hopefully. No, I won't be back on Monday. I'm not here on Monday. I'll be back on Tuesday. Tuesday. So yeah, thanks for tuning in. Back on Tuesday next week. Yeah, everybody, have a nice weekend. Take care. Bye-bye.